Ultima Thule, and I just technically got here. This is my alt, and I just got here. Thancred has been noped out of existence, thanks to Meteon, and we're in Rayatara talking to the dragons. Okay, I need to plug in my controller. Oh, I can't make it there. That's a hunt. I really wish that they could keep this music here in Ultima Thule, because I just love it so much. It's so empty. Like it makes you kind of feel empty, like something's missing. But it's so good. It's so good. And I hate the song. I hate that the song has graded so hard. Like, ugh, I just can't. Oh, I didn't see what that said. We were proud and... Wait a minute. I can actually go back to event. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious. So beautiful. Let me actually hide it. We were a proud and noble race. Strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. I don't even know if I said that word. Ignominy? Ignominy? A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee. Alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten their demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Just sleeping. There's a lot of this I don't remember because I think Endwalker's been out 2 years, something like that. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Om Nol, the cradle of unsunned dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. This place is just it's hauntingly beautiful. Okay, I just got turned around. Northeast. This should probably take me out where I need to go. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Atheris. Regards and Moore's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitros said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. So this must have been from the war with the Omicrons. A murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. A noxious feeder is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. Damn. Oh. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. I just love looking around here. I cannot wait until the expansion, Dawn Trail, to see like the updated graphics, and then come here. Oh my word! Oh my word! That's just gonna be phenomenal. Oh, that was the dragonette that hatched. Yep, maybe. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Hi, Esty. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Null are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast laid slain of me may be above. Good God, the beast that. Why is Old English so hard? The beast thou hast laid slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over our star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soul, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home of the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Esty is... If there's one thing Esty knows, it is dragons, and he's not going to take this sitting down. He just isn't. Or lying down. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. Those who want to hear what we've learned. Come. How far am I from northeast? Okay. So I probably cannot get this yet. It's in the Aya place. Also, apologies if I get emotional doing this. With luck, they'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. A chance to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons? You will hear what the dragons had to share with you. Even if it's no different from what they told Oriange, it would have value. I wonder, this place is made of dynamis, so I bet she is completely blind here. Because she sees with ether. And there's no ether here, so I bet she's blind as a bat. Probably inwardly freaking out. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Kova, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. It'd be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us somewhere. I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone into the potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that we see outside the space as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loperids to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. But I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this land, perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or, rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it might be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof that the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be, mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in a like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Thancred did put himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the land upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better? I can give it a shot. Then I shall guide thee. All End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. What you thinking about, SD? Oh, okay. Don't tell me then. Fine then, keep your secrets. I kind of gotta wonder, see that place over there, is that a ruined star? There's another one too. There's one right there. And then there's one, it's like just a black, like expanse in the sky. I gotta wonder, that's like a, I don't know. You gonna have a voice or no?
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Oh, dragons.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Oh. Our pride is crushed, our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There's nothing left for our kind. Our long lives accursed as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
McGardsamore doesn't anymore. Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, when the last of my pride is a dragon, I break free of this will. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, senses stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
Thanks, Esty.
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Of course, Mount Roulette. Oh, you're crying my eyes out. And of course, Mount Roulette would have me summon Midgardsmore right after that. You can't write. You cannot. Oh my gosh. Oh, and there's a chick. Okay. This sector is a recreation of the 18th civilization encountered by Medion and her sisters. Ruined and desolate, the world it represents was once the abode to a proud race of dragons who were driven to extinction in a titanic struggle against mechanical invaders from the Alphatron star. Must this always be the price paid for safe passage? If I had known this place would claim Estinian too, No, it's what had to be done. As by the beating of mighty wings doth wind blow, where dragons may ne'er again touch the sky, he and the shade he bore shall soar free. The wind has stayed the fog that covered this island. And the air no longer feels quite so stifling. Oh, Alfie. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We would ride its flow and see where it leads. Forgive me, Kova, but could you go on ahead? I need a moment to gather my thoughts. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, while we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. We have to keep going. Even if Estinian isn't here to see it, I'm sure Alphino wouldn't want to disappoint him. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrades' passing. No, there will be time enough after. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter, but without the strength of will to match, we are powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshakable conviction will suffice, which makes me question if I'm up to the task. No choice we have but to march onward, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. Raha, give yourself enough credit, man. Oh, okay, so I've noticed, like, the more we venture, the quest names get more, like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. As Yustola and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in their surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing on in this sand. See, those are what I mean. Like, what are those? Are they the unmakings of stars? Like black holes, kind of, sort of? Sand. Sand everywhere. I don't like sand. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, I might have overlooked this monolith. Another seemingly barren world, where mercy the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the same will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. Oh! Well, there's the answer to my question. I can still see quite well. But how, though, is my question? Because this world is made of Dynamis. She can't see Dynamis. She even said... You still explain, because she even said... that the people that were turning into the monsters that didn't have any, like, she's like, I can't even see them. There's no, so this world is nothing but Dynamis. How is she seeing? Maybe she's seeing us, so she knows to follow us? I don't know. Be right back. guessing she's seeing us, or maybe there's... I don't know. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in this surface, 'twould appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written form entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, or one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. To the south. Okay, this thing is like right here. Oh, it's up there. Okay. God, the music, like, even in this phase. It's so pretty. It's so pretty and so haunting and... Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ea, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkudg. What? Yes, Kofkudg, of the Ea. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ea are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed their corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with their physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Just says it nonchalantly. Okay. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators. But such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Aya, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you consent to answer questions, or your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Aya wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. I need an adult. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Good boy. God, I remember before they fixed this, you would have to get off your mount and pop the aether current, or the compass, and then get back on it again. And, like, you would fly off, and then you have to just keep getting off and getting back on. I'm so glad they fixed that. North. There it is. I'll go ahead and tune to the Aetherite. My God, this place is just, it's so pretty. Actually, let me go ahead, because it'll probably send me that way shortly. More violet-covered crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there is something unsettling about them. The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ea are, by and large, merely sleeping? I should not be surprised their concept of the village is so different from ours, and yet something tells me we have different definitions of the word abode. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research where it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Okay. Cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment, if you would. So I wonder if that one in there's dead. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? So I wonder how long they sleep for. Strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Hi, Graha. If I heard correctly, the Ea within this crystal says it will emerge from within shortly. Do you suppose they all appear as Kafkud does? Despite my best efforts, mine overtures have elicited no response from this crystal. I can but assume its resident sleepeth most soundly. Or so I hope. A I suppose there is a logic to creatures comprised of spiritual energy utilizing crystals as living spaces, but it is nevertheless surprising to see. So I wonder what the difference is. Well, okay, so they're just going about trying to find life forms. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Okay, so they... What about the one that was moaning? Does that mean he was like in the process of losing his mind? I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Aya have awakened. Ah, there they are. Good God. Good luck me pronouncing these. May I introduce you to La Locke, Duke, and Nedeg. It has been too long, Kuvkug. I dare say Sadir IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, till the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kuvkug, did you already observe the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, no matter of proper form? Ah, yes. So long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. I love when they just detach their little heads. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nedeg. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Some of these words I've never heard spoken. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. Food is the custom to... The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, such as they, must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. Oh my God. It's like... There's like this post that was like on Reddit, and it was like, what are the weirdest dates that you have ever, like, waiters and waitresses, what is like the weirdest dates you've ever seen? And this one, like, she was talking about how she was working at a restaurant, and these people are like, we need to feast on, what is it, on your, it's like good vibes or something like that, and they made like sucking noises on, like, she got a really good tip, she said, but she was so weird. They were like they were like making sucking noises towards her, like they were like, you know, like that. And I'm sure they were just fucking with her, but it was still just so funny. That's what I'm thinking of right here. Because they already said they got rid of their bodies, so they don't need to eat. To think I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since I last was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of dynamis, yes? It is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there is a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. I'm gonna suck it dry. I'm so sorry. Okay. You guys hungry? We were told to stand wherever we like. This strikes me as less of a meal and more of a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, 'twould seem the Ea directly draw upon the ether. Aether, they said. But I cannot help but feel nervous. If they are thus able to replenish their ether, the loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast... Actually, let us just see for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. You brave yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the Ea's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarant. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. What do you got in mind, Yustola? So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? We eat! Meat! Is it really that yeah, actually, through your mouths, you say. How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? She's like, good job, Oriange. You flesh and blood beings were always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea had yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, There exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. No, that's not how you... And did you find the answers you sought? Probably not. Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. It gave you more anxiety and the big sads, didn't it? Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone on before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. Like her master, you still seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Ea, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life and hence no sense of haste would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and a struggle to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. You may be intimately familiar with the problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I have been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the Ea never felt the same frustration? 'Tis true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Heidelin told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure. And the Ea are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us hear what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the Ea's tale, mayhap I should speak of... On second thought, it would only be a distraction. We will talk more when the time is right. Istola, stop being like Oriange! Oriange's the one that keeps the secrets, not you. Ere we join the Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Kova, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? Me and my hubby are on it! But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Oriange, but I trust you have our best interest at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Why do I keep... I don't have nearly as many mounts as I do on main, but come on, I have like several. Why am I not? Northeast. I wonder if these were the forms of the Aya, like their other forms, before they... Because they're here. I have questions. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I had noticed it amidst the dunes. Aye, this place shall serve. What are you doing? Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? I'm inclined to agree. If Medion can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than she had relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the Aya both. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and usher the dragons and the Aya unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Many full stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet, even if I must needs to go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we have been through, I will only say this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go to join our comrades. Well, at least he was actually honest with us this time. Let us be off to Elegia. So essentially, Urianger told us he's the next to sacrifice himself. I understand you've taken care of business. If you're ready to begin, and so are we. While we waited, we mentioned our star's situation to the Aya. They nodded sagely, or something to that effect. Come, let us hear the Aya's tale and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihility. Don't mind me. Oh, Graha! It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
Oh, so
You are
they
entirely
know.
too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand, having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
There's like apparently 3 theories as to how the world will end. The 3 that I know of. And this is one of them. The Great Freeze. And then there's one it's like basically the universe will just explode. Like basically all will burn. And then there's like another one, I think like time will just cease to exist. But this is one of them.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir.
This could be like thousands and like millions of years from now.
Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
Ah, that's what those are.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it.
Go, you stole
Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Science is always changing, bitch.
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
Oh, so Oriande's not?
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all.
So are they gonna transform?
But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Neon.
Keep calm and listen well.
How many times is this now that Y'shtola has died?
Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
I ain't promising a thing.
We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Oriange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret.
Because you made decisions that
In
have
spite
gotten
of
people
this,
killed.
I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey.
Mobrita's gonna come back from the dead and kick your ass.
And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Oh, goodbye. Thanks, you two.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth.
So I wonder if, like, every star has a live stream like ours.
Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow.
Okay.
And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
I'm about to yeet a bird. Not you, Kalis. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. And 3 remain. Well, 4. I'm fine, Kova. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Oh, wow. See, like, we are now completely just... Are y'all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light shone. Y'shtola and Oriange have opened the way for us. I'll come back to that. Nah, but I need to get flight. It'll be a while. I'll come back. Northeast. I don't remember this fate, because I've done the fate, got like the 3rd tier of the fate. I don't remember that one. Gosh, let me keep this music. I don't want to hear the song. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of Ea device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the essential area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. Let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Oh, it's like right there. Okay. You see not patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Right over here. Touch me. No. Is it not like right here? Okay, so it's... Oh, did I go west? I'm an idiot. There it is. Good God. Me and my inability to read maps. Leave me alone. Alright, fine. Look, Kova, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings, and welcome to the planet. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow, if you could try speaking with the others. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware of our functioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting front. I kill gods for breakfast. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicron, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet through the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. You learned a few things? So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. There you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Hey, regards, Amora. I know that part of you is asleep in me. How are you feeling about this? So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Oriange's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Oriange said this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegia. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it all to us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Aya longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. And as much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, we believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? So, we could just pose the question, what if after you conquer everything, there's nothing left? Then you would have nothing, you would have no more to do. Like, that's it for you. Pointless exercise? What does that mean, I wonder? Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Then I will come back to do these. Get the current and a vista. Gosh darn you. Have you ranked up yet, Chaos? No. Or are you max level? So? Take 10. Oh, there's another one. Hey, let's go. Stigma 1. The prime decision-making authority for an entire machine civilization. This mechanism has been faithfully reconstructed in Ostracron Deca Hexi. Originally held as Strategic Matrix Alpha 1, catastrophic damage inflicted upon its systems resulted in its currently assigned designation. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken. Activate. Password? Well, I tried. Alex, say you're adorable. The globe would suggest it is still operational, but how are we to interact with it? Graha, maybe? This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Do I get to beat it up? I'm good at smashing things. You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must. Wake up, Batch! We got questions.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
Ah.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
You speak music to Alice's ears. Oh, I could use my Omega Jammer. You know what? No, I will let him have it. It was your idea, Graha. Go for it.
Very well. Here I go.
Knock, knock, bitch.
It worked!
Opening connection to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency.
Then how did this star
Your
die?
operations are suboptimal. Please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
I remember when we set Omega loose still with Shinryu. An elegant weapon, we once thought. And here we are now, visiting a recreation of its home world. I can only imagine how else these things will surprise us. Though I never encountered Omega myself, and conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the First, we borrowed much from its mastery of the Rift. Indeed, so many times did I read the report of your battle. I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness also survived to the future, if a little worse for wear. I must confess I was delighted to see again in the present. Let us focus on our search in the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance? These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Oh, another ether current. Ah, what? Let me in. Let me go get that one first. It's like right there. Let us begin observing the Omicrons. They are supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. Hey, there's an axolotl. What's an axolotl doing here? Huh. Oh, there you are. Hey, come back. Good lord. Oh. An Omicron wandering aimlessly? Where? See it. Where you going, little dude? It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Good Lord. Ah, that's what I meant to do. To the south. Okay, so it's not. It's a tree. What you doing? What is your query? You found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows. It extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end? I do not understand. Well, we found it. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Kova, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? I'll make sure you do. Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. I'll make sure you're mentioned. What? Okay. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. It might be down here somewhere. No, it'll be down below. You mean too far away? I'm like right here. Probably right there of some sort. Yep, there it is. Okay, I've found all the ones that you can find. Now I just gotta do the quest. And then story progression. It appears two of you made a promising discovery. I've given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. It's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, but there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership. Perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what's happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. Tuesday, March 13th, Cosmo had an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach your suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Koba, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that, shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, their comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. If you were the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Well, glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Grahas began destructing the Omicron. Soon, Alice will strike the console with lightning. Okay. Gotcha. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You'll excuse me. Nope. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there. If not as amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omicron divulge the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubts, that we may shine the way forward.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It is... was My charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error.
Hi, baby.
I could no longer determine an optimal path.
Ah, so I was right.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of whom we once were.
So they kind of have the same problem as the Aya, sort of.
I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise.
Anything.
Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Promise.
If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before?
The Shadowbringers music.
Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot.
Oh my goodness, I'll be right back.
We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Oh, man. Because it's like the...
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
It's the crystal. It's in the crystal. A crystalline path. He has paved it for us. They all leave so easily as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick and that'll be just a start. The crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. I won't let it break me. Don't you worry. I never have and I never will. Look, Koga, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us truth. It must. Thanks, Graha. Look up, Koga. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed, into the Maw of Darkness. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one sure at a time. Or one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Gonna break me. Deckard would scout the road ahead. Ishol and Oriange would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion, or else chat with me and Alice about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart, yet present. All the while, you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. So much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are. Aren't they? The innumerable lights that shine in the distance, to think they could all have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust, their peoples lost to despair, the stars floating in this sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean is so vast I cannot cross. These broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they're also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death. Whence we came and where we'll return, a will from which there is no escape. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far. Much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration, that we have learned and grown from them, that Heidelin has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of the other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? None of it. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured, I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will all be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us. For everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. well, this is it. The end of the path, the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we have achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for. And dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you, most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, after all the help you've given me, for once, I want to be the one to help you. Knows that I am getting distraught because she is now in my arm. Oh, it's quiet. Where'd the music go? Hi, baby. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There is simply no one here. Medion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion? Sickness? Suicide? None could say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. You think you've caught me? This one was barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try, and fail, to find a way out of this lifeless place. If what Medion says is true, what are we supposed to do? There is no one here, and neither should there be an emotion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we must find the way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed. At the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Thank you for being my company. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. This object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose view sitting on the counter. Vessels were the beverages, in all likelihood. The venue bustling with activity, until it was not. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and a film of dust all over suggests that no one has come through in a long, long time. Kova, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we can make it just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left on the table, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteor seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Absolutely not. Stop. Not another word.
I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone. And for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you...
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Oh god, poor Shinoa Millions, I'm so sorry.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe.
Oh no.
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000,000 worlds weigh heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we make in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look for the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear.
Fair enough.
Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being.
She's in there somewhere.
In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
What's up, guys?
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Shut up, Plankrid.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed, that we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Gross.
Can you hear me?
Leon?
The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall.
God, the emotional damage. I've cried so much that my eyes are swelled. Jesus.
Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The
So we're going this expansion?
golden cities of
No,
the
that
New
one.
World. The
Next
sacred
expansion, we're
sites of
going.
the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Live up to the title.
I certainly did.
Yeah, you did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Oh. Rest easy, you two. Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning, they and all their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save the Ferris. To go and see all those places and more, in itself is even quite a task. Suffice it to say, I should be glad to assist you, once we return together triumphant, of course. For all the lives on those stars whose light path has been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. No need to explain. I have a rough idea of what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. It was all I could do to swim against it. And suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment, I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owed, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. So glad that I am to see it was right. Aside different and mysterious as ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. For people to fall and feel pain, the first forced to find a way to rise again. For them we have come, and in our pain and suffering, we are connected. I don't think I ever knew what to say to them. In retrospect, I always felt like it was the wrong thing. But, the past notwithstanding, I came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation. One that will give all of theirs cause to raise their voices in celebration. Are you ready, Koba? Then let us set forth for the awakening. Or reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. We will prevail.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted. Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed. And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved. Ever greater freedoms no matter the cost. They tried to buy peace with fire and steel. And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer. Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys. What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy. So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Billion. Take that, you bird. I am no stranger to despair. I would not be here with you otherwise. Nothing? You guys got nothing to say? There you go. I will go back and read those notes. Rip the Grievous loss. That takes a good chunk of your health off. I mean, like, God, look at this. This is just so... It's amazing. This is the world, one of the worlds that decided disease and pestilence. Like, if you look at some of the Grievous, like, they have no face. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no meaning to be found in such misery. It was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. think there's one more up here in this. Like, oh, it kind of makes you really wish that you could have seen what this. I mean, like, you can see there's a beast tribe for I think it's gathering that you can do for the Omicrons. And when you go inside, there's like an area for the dragons, an area for, I think pretty much everybody that you saw in here, there's an area for, and they're one of them. It reminds me very much in like the original Final Fantasy VII, the City of the Ancients. It reminds me very much of it, and I was wondering if they were paying homage to that. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled and forging the tools of despair of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness, our undoing, and the final blessing this star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path into nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. This kind of reminds me of, like Garlemald a little bit. I never opened this up. Church of Power was never open. Open. Yeah. That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations, the wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Well, frick me, that sounds like Garlemald. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Ah. I do not remember that correspondence. So I wonder whatever happened to this guy. Like, he was the only one still living, apparently, because he's like, I killed them all. I wonder if he, himself in the end, or... Can I sit on these? Can I sit? Nope. Well, hold on, I might have Good lord. Nope, cannot sit on the benches. The curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow, efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity there is naught left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. Raw law shall grant us the mercy of annihilation.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will there be
How many of these did you make?
So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
You don't have a body. That's weird. Go, Esty.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Farewell to arms.
All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Smart move on their part.
You gifted them escape.
I did.
And rendered yourself powerless.
Nope.
Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more.
My friends are my power.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair. And embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
See? Hi, Zeno.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mana Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
It is.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
God.
I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Hopefully I won't have to wait too long. Not like I had to wait on Hydaelyn extreme. Hydaelyn, good lord. Hydaelyn, me and a friend of my free company queued up for it, and we were waiting like 35 minutes, and he still didn't pop. And he was playing Warrior, and I was just playing Sage, and it still didn't pop. We had to go into Party Finder. And it luckily filled up really quickly, but it was like, what the heck? So he just like nommed on the Mother Crystal, what's left of it. So is that gonna like mess up anything? My question. Everybody still wants to slay their kids. Okay. See if I remember this fight. It's been so long since I've done this fight. I always get like the end of the Endwalker trials.
The deliverance you seek.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die. Utterly futile. Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again. A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars. There is no happiness in life. There is only one place it may be found.
Bitch, I suffer from depression and anxiety. I make my own happiness.
Oblivion. Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
Got one last dose of salt. My friends are my power. Let's go.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No light, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better. Is this is it? Where lies happiness?
That's what you make of it, friend. Where even are we?
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea.
Sing on, darling. All you've sung is sad and hopelessness. Sing something happy.
Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
She's back to blue.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day. Do they not?
You sure do.
I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you.
My dude, my guy, my good bitch. It has been an emotional day. I am tired. Let me go rest. And then we will kick each other's asses.
As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share.
Oh my gosh, okay. I have to pee so bad. I will. Okay. Hold that thought, Xenos. Xenos continue.
And so I come before you, to issue challenge, and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you.
Who said I was walking away? I just want like 5 minutes to rest.
You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true.
Oh, talk dirty to me, Daddy.
As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void.
Listen, as someone who has done some Savage content and has done extremes, yes.
Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
That I can't deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
You take again away. Take it for granted. To lose away. I've always pain. To be afraid to forge ahead. Oh, I am well. Let's go. I'm ready for this, Xenos. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm so ready. This stage's about to kick your ass. Softly biding time, marching forward and left behind. And shadows clash, forgotten footfalls engraved in ash. I will be repaid.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine! Still fighting you, I see.
I am. So silent and needn't there.
Show me your vaunted fortitude. A test of your reflexes.
Oh, I need mana. Ow.
Mine for the taking.
Underneath the river song. Yeah.
A test of your reflexes.
Whoop.
Have you no rage left for me?
I almost had you, bitch. Look at that. Every step we take echoes in a way. We wind our fate to forge ahead. Flag my balls, bitch, goodbye. Is our way. Let's go.
Ah, my soul. How burns.
Oh, we're more. Okay. Oh, it's right there. What do you mean? Are we doing avatar mode? Let's go.
The inferno swelling within.
Mm-hmm.
Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor.
Oh, let's go, Xenos.
I have you. Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
It isn't. Swiftly bleeding light.
Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Marching forward and left behind. Instead of flesh, there's iron footfalls engraved in ash. Fire will be
Mine for
replaced.
the taking!
For echoes begin to fade away.
I have you!
No, you don't.
A test of your reflexes!
Sorrow, silence, go.
Show me your vaunted fortitude! A test of your reflexes! I have you!
First time I did this fight was on a Scholar. On my main.
Mine for the taking! breathtaking! I have you! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. There! Now fall! This is my moment! Our moment!
Bitch, it's personal now. We're using our fists. Graha, I'll come back to you, I promise.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding. Brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
Oh, God.
Was this life a gift? Or a burden?
It was both.
find fulfillment.
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to... Your... Please.
Someone, and...
Please.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Oh shit, are we actually dead? Because I just heard her heartbeat. Hi guys.
Are you with us?
Hi. Oh, Alfie.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that.
No.
You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this!
I'm okay, Alice.
When Meteon appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Let me hug her! That is my child!
Oh, those were cries of celebration!
Oh.
Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Aww. Oh, what's up, guys? Vitra! Ah, I miss you guys. I miss you guys so much. It's the one good part of Stormblood. Other than the end of it, because the end of it was actually really good, where everything started amping up for Shadowbringers.
That? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
I can't wait to see more of you next expansion.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Ah! Yes!
You can breathe, Fortuno. Oh.
Welcome home, everyone!
Run, Tataru, run! Run, Tataru! Aw, Tataru.
Welcome home!
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, that's taking me back. I'm really glad they returned to like the homage, like very beginning. So there's absolutely nothing left of the Meta Crystal. Xenos ate it all. Oh, this is like when we first started. Oh my gosh. Oh, Minfilia. So, I wonder what happens to her. Well, she essentially, okay, she's no longer, yeah, she's no longer, because she gave herself over to Reen. Aww. Rest easy, Minfilia. Aw, Papalimo. Seeing everybody in the Ethereal Sea, like those, even those that we fought, it was neat. It gave me many emotions, especially seeing Hostrapont and Isael. As much as I would like to watch that. Credits are super long. Hey guys. I feel like different music should be playing here, but that's okay. Don't hurt me like this. Oh god. It's such a good screenshot, man. It's so good.
Dearest mother. Dearest father.
Sorry for giving you all heart attacks.
This letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones.
Ugh, don't do this to me.
As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the Rising Stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
Good.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Oh, wow. Got all kinds of people we can talk to. Oh, Kova. Might you have a moment to talk? With the Scion stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. After speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the Studience of Aldessian. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Oh, the little cat wiggle ear. Ah! It kills me. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall in the moment of Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Oh, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever a venture calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word. And should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you, something that has been on my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts: the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, and their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, however, I wonder if I should not be dismantling them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, the pale shadow of reality. Through history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting water or fine wine with water. Yet, even with the potential for a corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. What Im itself would have wanted. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea, and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less of polished work and more of a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Esty is not going to be very, very emotional for good talk. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me, anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled there. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. It was too late for those who had already transformed. Life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlayan if they wish, to work and study. Vitra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Megarsmore didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Etheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred and to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might have never learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Good Lord, Esty's changed. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. Sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours. And the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. You're in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed at how swiftly you've recovered. And again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost. So you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Oriange as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all. Keep an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work is done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Kova. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune-teller into the bargain. I ship you two so hard. Hi, Flamine. The salvation Minfilia dream for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. Kova, thou hast spoken with her comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Lawbrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent on assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet, ere that may come to pass, there is much more each party must learn of one another. A process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Lawbrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Eidolon, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible and inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. I'd be honored should they consider me a friend. For 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas shall I ever answer thy summons. Ariane J, it's so hard to talk when you're speaking in cursive. Oopies. Kova, seen your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlayan too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course, as individuals. No more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst inflicted, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any better, though. Or any easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember me too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? You asked for it, so you had better watch out. Oh, yes. The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. I had to give her a competitive, because she's all about competition. Edible beast. Oh, Koba, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlayan, I was truly torn, as ever there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that, if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Laudecian. Through our work, Charlayan will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allured for the task itself. Count on me, Tataru. Kryle. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. It's okay, you become a Pictomancer in this next expansion coming up, seems like. Ain't that right, Yama? Yeah. Oh, Koba, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlayan. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent, still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Well, lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. This is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. You best write me too. Write you letters? Of course I'd be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me, in good times and bad. How many times we have gathered to share tidings, none could possibly keep count. The world is changing, and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Listen, Graha and I adopted you and Alice when your dad, disowned you. Thank you, Kova, from the bottom of my heart. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till we next meet, be well. Get the dog. That little girl's purring so hard, and I got the other little... Nope, she's not behind me anymore.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, Though I've yet to hear the details, I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Oh, hi.
Quite right.
Indeed. Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Oh, they gotta just twist that knife in a little more where it all began. It is not the fin. That is just the fin. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. Yes! I get to pick up the Asphodelos raids.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
The Pandemonium raids are so good.
Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Stable bees, stable bees, stable bee boopy boops. You have completed the main scenario quest Endwalker. Quest to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlayan. Yeah. Rest well, champion of Atheris, for many and more adventures await you. Where's dog? Add to favorites. Yes! Oh, that was an emotional ride. Oh my gosh. Wait, what level is this Arcanist? 79, okay. Oof. Where does... Okay. I think it's, Is that done? Hold on. Okay, I haven't done... Oh, I haven't even done trials. I think I think that's Zodiac? Yeah. Let's go.
It's going to be a long night. Whoa! Your end is near. For mercy. Your death will be all the sweeter.
Immortal husk, I rise anew! Suffused with night, I shall prevail! Shine petals pale. Beg the mercy. Suffused with night, I shall prevail! Your end is near. Sunless green, black tendrils tremble. No, not yet. Not yet. I'll grind you under my heel. Grind you under my heel!
Goodness. Okay. I wonder how much experience I would get doing Asia scope. Probably not a lot. Well, that is it for emotional drainage. I will do the raids and stuff another time, unlock the raids and everything. So, peace out.